Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to a Friday of racing here at Tampa Bay Downs. Today's first post is coming up in 35 minutes. We will have scratches and changes coming up in a few moments. But first, we ask you to please rise, if able, as we honor America with the playing of our national anthem. And thank you, everyone. And once again, a pleasant good afternoon to you all, and welcome to day number 61 of our season here at Tampa Bay Downs. A Friday of live racing action set to get underway in 34 minutes. Let's take a look at those track conditions for this beautiful Friday. Fast main track, firm turf course, sunny skies, temperatures in the mid-70s. It's a glorious day for horse racing here in Tampa. Winds out of the east at 12 miles per hour, so it's basically a crosswind going from right to left for the runners down the backstretch and left to right down the home stretch. But again, fast and firm. It's a beautiful day for Friday the 13th racing. Do take note the turf rail at 12 feet today, so one path out. If you have your programs handy, let's go over today's overweights, scratches, and changes. Starting in today's first race, race number 1 starts the early pick 5. A jockey overweight on the number 3 Doroteo, plus 1 pound, plus 1 on the number 3 Doroteo. Number 4 Jonathan Song, 2 pounds over, plus 2 on the number 4 in today's first race. Race 2 starts the early pick 4. There's no changes in the second race, no changes in race 2. Race 3 start of the middle, pick 4, scratch number 2 Osprey. Number 2 Osprey is scratched. Scratch the 2 Osprey out of today's third. Race number 4 starts the ultimate 6. Scratch number 3 Gone a Little West. Number 3 Gone a Little West is scratched. Scratch number 10 Jen Sweet Jen. Number 10 Jen Sweet Jen is out. Scratch 3 and 10 out of the fourth race. Race number 5 on the turf course. Start at late pick 5. A jockey change on the number 2, Shiny Happy Groovy. Make the rider Israel Rodriguez. Israel Rodriguez aboard the 2, Shiny Happy Groovy. Scratch all of the also eligible runners. 11, 12, 13 are all scratched. Scratch all the AEs out of today's fifth race. Race 6 starts the late pick 4. Scratch number 4, Fast Prince. Number 4, Fast Prince, is scratched out of the sixth race. Race 7 on the turf course. Scratch all of the also eligible runners, 11, 12, and 13. Scratch 11, 12, 13 out of the seventh race. Race 7, scratch all the AEs. Race 8 starts the late double. Number 2 is plus 2 pounds. Plus 2 on the number 2, Todd Caro, in today's 8th race. Race 8, number 2 is plus 2. Ninth and final race on the afternoon. Scratch number 5, Easy World. Number 5, Easy World, is out. And scratch both of the main track only runners, numbers 13 and 14. So race 9, scratch 5, 13, and 14. Those are your updated overweight scratches and changes. Today's first post coming up here in 30 minutes. The main track fast, the turf course is firm, the turf rail at 12 feet for today's card. Get a beautiful afternoon with sunny skies, and looking forward to that 9-race card that's just 30 minutes away. Our track handicapper, Ren Carruthers, will be coming up in about 10 or 12 minutes. Ren will have analysis and selections for all 9 of today's races. The first race in our early pick 5 coming up in 30 minutes. We wish you the best of luck today with all of your wagers here at beautiful Tampa Bay Downs.
Well, good Friday to you, everybody. Ren Carruthers here. We've got 9 races on today's card. Race 1 will kick off that early pick 5, and it's with a race for 4-year-olds and up, which have never won a race other than maiden claiming or starter, or which have never won 2 races, or an optional claiming price of $16,000. They'll be going 7 furlongs on the main track. The number 2, Canuto, in here for Jorge Delgado, gets Marin aboard. This boy gets back to the dirt. He's cutting back to 1 hook after contesting a 25 starter allowance on the grass, going a mile at Gulfstream last out. Got the lead from the rail, did eventually tire. Start prior to that, he was a beat slow from the blocks, ended up 4th, beaten 5.5. That was an optional 25 N1X on the dirt, going 6 furlongs. Still matched a career best figure of 87. It's the same he put up the start prior at the level, getting beat just a half length in second, and 2 3/4 lengths the better of the December 26th optional winner, Back Him Up. Canuto was slow from that gate as well that day, and he had some ground loss, but he was able to overcome. Back Him Up, by the way, a really nice horse, okay? He actually won a race in between the November 23rd and December 26th starts. Took an optional 40 star 25 at Gulfstream by 7 lengths, earning a 98 buyer figure. That is a figure he repeated in the December start, and then he ran second to the formidable Knights Bridge in the Grade 3 Fred Hooper. Another horse to exit these optionals worth noting is Mr. Peaks, who had run 4th, beaten 5 in the November 23rd start, and then was a well-beaten 7th in the December outing. Now, out of that one, he ran 3rd to Mish in a beaten 35, and then he came here to Tampa and wired a 25 N3L field, back-to-back figures of 81. So all this to say, Canuto's been in tough, and back to dirt, back to 1 turn, but with a bit more ground, and with Marin up in the irons, I think he gets it done. The number 4 is Jonathan Song. Interesting. Put up a career best figure at Churchill Downs against Allowance N1X Company, going 8.5 furlongs. That was 7th place effort that afternoon, but the beaten lengths, reasonable, 5.5. Very good group, all but 2 horses to exit the race, put up figures in the 80s in their next starts. The winner himself was Navajo Warrior, won that race as part of a 5-race win streak. Even the 8th place runner, De Medici, he next won a beaten 50 at Churchill, put up an 87 buyer figure. After that race, Jonathan Song, he tried the turf. He did not take to it. He ran 11th, beaten 10.5 after a slow start from the rail. Took some time off, came back in February in that optional 25 N1X at Gulfstream. Again, a bit slow from the blocks. That was at 8.5 furlongs again as well. He was on the inside. He just kind of folded out. I think getting to 1 turn, something he has not done since the second start of his career, it'll get him better engaged. Those first 2 races on the record, they were run pretty fast, both sub 45 at the half. And I also do dig the practical joke babies on this surface. The number 7, that's Embrace My Uncle, in here for Simone. He's making a first off the claim and out of a win. He scored an 8.5 furlong optional 12 starter 8 by 2 3/4 lengths on February 20th. Prior to that, he ran at this level, but still at 8.5. He got beat 3 lengths after starting from the rail, and that was off a 2-length win at the optional 12 starter 8 level back on January 4th. That was a first off the layoff as well. He's been super consistent. He had been running at Woodbine on the synthetic before coming to Tampa, but the dirt races he had in the past were quite good. He won an optional 12 N1X at Fort Erie. He had also run second in 2 allowance starts at Gulfstream. They were both in the slot, but still, this boy, I think he's legit. And do take in mind, those allowances were at the 1-turn mile. It was back in 2022. But again, he seems to have maintained good form. And so, though we now cut back to 7 furlongs, I do think we could see this boy in play for a piece. He's fast enough to keep from having too much to do, and he's got a strong rider in Camacho aboard. Going to go 2, 4, 7 in race 1 to start the day and the early pick 5.
On to the track post sprinting for today's first race, first of 9 here on a Friday at Tampa Bay Downs. It's an allowance optional claiming event, 16,000 the optional claiming tag. There at 7 furlongs over that fast main track. Number 3, Doroteo's +1. Number 4, Jonathan Song +2 pounds. Race 1 offers daily double exacta trifecta, superfecta, super high 5 wagering. We start the pick 3s rolling. And of course, we start the early pick 5. That pool at 28,000. Still got plenty of time to get involved. 6 minutes to post time for the opener. Two minutes to post time. Today's first race in 2 minutes. The horses are now approaching the starting gate. Today's first race field, the early pick fives in 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's first of 9 here on a Friday at Tampa Bay Downs. Gorgeous afternoon here, fast and firm conditions. Day 61 of the season about to commence. A field of 7 here in the opener to go 7 furlongs. 9 to 5, post time favorite number 5, Mary's Lad. Today is day 1 of the NHC out in fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada. We want to wish best of luck to all the horse players out at NHC. Of course, special rooting interest for our qualifiers who qualified here through Tampa Bay Downs, as well as all Muttstack readers, their handicapping insights. Troops the first to go in. Canuto is going to be next. Race 9 today, one of the mandatories for day 1 of the NHC. So that'll be coming up, obviously, in a few hours. Here's Canuto coming up. Doroteo, Alonso Quinones to gate 3. Here's Jonathan's Song. The final 3 are going to be Mary's Lad, Develop Product, and Embrace My Uncle. Will be all set to kick off day 61 of our season. Here's Develop Product coming up. Embrace My Uncle, Sammy Camacho to the outside draw. Going to be the final one to join. Fast main track, firm turf course. Best of luck to all the horse players playing Tampa Bay Downs out there today across the country and here in Florida. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Mary's Lad in the center, away well. Canuto driving through in the black colors, white cap. Those are the quickest two as they come out of the chute and toward the main track right between horses. Jonathan's Song was away in third. Embrace My Uncle out wide, 4 Troops fifth to the inside in those turquoise colors. Another length back to Doroteo, who's second last. It's 3 more. Back to Develop Product, who is the early trailer, is Mary's Lad and Daniel Centeno to set the pace. It's Mary's Lad with 4.5 furlongs left to go. A length and a half in front of Canuto's on the inside of Jonathan's Song, that opening quarter in 22.42 seconds. They've now gone 3.5 or 4 lengths ahead of Troops, who's back in fourth. Doroteo fifth to the inside. Another length to Embrace My Uncle. And Develop Product has trailed throughout as they're strung out over about 14 lengths with 3 furlongs to go. Mary's Lad to catch. Mary's Lad 5-2 on the board and 2 lengths in front of Jonathan's Song, who's pushed to come after from second. Down to the inside, Canuto is now back third. It's still 4 more then. Back to Troops and Doroteo, who move as a team fourth and fifth. Then comes Embrace My Uncle. Mary's Lad into the stretch, a widening 4-length advantage. It's Mary's Lad by the 3/16 pole, 4 lengths in front. Canuto down on the inside of Jonathan Song is back into second. Doroteo's trying to run up, is now taken over third. Late run Embrace My Uncle and Troops, but Mary's Lad up top still in command. Mary's Lad by the 16th pole. Late run from Embrace My Uncle and Doroteo. Mary's Lad gate to wire in the opener. Embrace My Uncle up for second. Third went to Doroteo, and after that was Canuto. 5, 7, 3, 2, and 1, the unofficial order. Final time 122.33 seconds. Five to two, second choice. Mary's Lad, the winner, right at that morning line. $7 on the win for Mary's Lad. Mary's Lad to the winner's circle. Results are official. $7 on the win. 4-year-old Greer-owned gelding by Earthlight out of Gorgeous was bred in Ireland by Gerard Mullins. Graham Grace Stables, the winning owner. Whit Beckman, the winning trainer. Daniel Centeno aboard for that gate-to-wire score. Mary's Lad victorious in the opener here at Tampa Bay Downs. The exacta $15.70, trifecta $38.55, the 10-cent super $17.80. High five $525.50. Today's second race is on deck in 22 minutes at 1:05 p.m. Race 2, a field of 10 to go 6 furlongs. No scratches or changes in race 2. We'll start the early pick 4 coming up in 21 minutes.
Race 2 kicks off today's early pick four, the 5-claimer for 4-year-olds and up, which have not won a race since September 13th. They'll be going 6 furlongs on the main track. The number 8, 86 Chevy in for Tampa. 3 starts here this meet. He finished last in all 3. So, of course, there's a concern that even with a big drop in class, the class relief won't make any difference. But there's a chance. Before the layoff, he wired an optional 20 field to score by 3 at Canterbury. And after that, he took time off, came back here for that first start at Tampa, stretched to a mile 40 in against an optional 32 and 2X field, and he was just way overmatched. Showed a little something after starting from the rail and then folded. Start 2, they went optional 16 and 1X. Again, showed something before backing out by the half. So then they dropped in for 10 while cutting back to 1 hook, and that did not prove a soft enough spot either. He had the rail, he broke last, never got out of it, and then he made this long lateral move behind the horses from the inside all the way out, which of course costs ground, it costs energy. Meanwhile, that pace up front was hot. He's getting off the inside while dropping in for the lowest he's ever run here today, along with a condition, which is also why the one in the money finish in 7 starts here, it doesn't put me off too much. He was running against way tougher company. He's only run outside of optionals here at Tampa in 3 of those starts. Was second on debut against maiden 40s. He was well beaten in a 25 and 3L here, but it was a 25 and 3L. And then last out for 10. And that's the only race that does really make you think, okay, it's possible he just doesn't contend anymore. But still, the last time he did get big time class relief along with a condition, he won a 15 beaten claimer at Canterbury. So let's see if he can spring a surprise. The number 5 is Ronick in for Gucciardo. Off layoff, has not run since September, had put in 3 in the money finishes at Prescott against beaten 5 company while there, and he'd been running at Tampa before that. Was 5th the first time he raced here last meet in an open 8 claimer. And the bottom line with this horse is that he's consistently game. He's versatile in style, and he runs well fresh. The 2 that is Float On, he's making a first off the claim for Gallegos. Draw a line through the last as he had a bad start from the gate in that 5 and 2Y. Was already a tough assignment being drawn as wide as he was. Start before that, he got beat 2.5 lengths. This was after having been about a couple lengths off the pace in a 5 and 1Y at 6 furlongs. Took a few beats to get into good stride, and then he was a bit headstrong, pulling on the bit, got shuffled back, not dramatically, but still, it wasn't ideal. And then he was running without running room, and he flattened out. Float On, he had run second the start before that in an open 5 claimer. So there's ability, and hey, as recently as this past July, he put up a 73 buyer figure running against beaten 10 company at Penn National. So I'm going to go 8-5-2 in race 2, which again kicks off the early pick 4.
The horses onto the track post-breeding for today's second race. It's a $5,000 claiming event for 4-year-olds and upward. They'll be at 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Field of 10 set to go here. No scratches or jockey changes here in race 2. Second race offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, and superfecta wagering. We have a super high 5 as well. Pick 3s keep rolling, and the early pick 4 gets underway here. Post time for the second in 6 minutes. Two minutes to post time. The early pick 4. 2 minutes. 2 minutes to post time. Approaching the starting gate, today's second race field, just 1 minute away. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's second race. Field of 10 here at 6 furlongs. Your 8 to 5 favorite, number 3, My Man Woody. Sammy Camacho teaming up with Ronaldo Richards on the favorite. 3 to 1 out wide for Limit Up in post 9. Then 5 to 1, numbers 2 and 5. Those are your top 4 in the wagering. This Russian Hammer moves forward. Augur has gone in. Here's Star Canoe along with Float On to gate 2. Float On to the Amity Racing white and black colors. The favorite, My Man Woody, moving in along with 86 Chevy. They're moving in 2 by 2. I'm taking to the bank and Limit Up the next pair. The final two going to be Ronick and Machismo will be all set for a start. Today's early pick 4 as the clouds have moved in, so overcast conditions here now, but fast and firm. As Machismo, Ricky Feliciano to the outside for Jeffrey Poole. Machismo going in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Caught him in a beautiful line. I'm taking it to the bank. Shows out first. Right there is Star Canoe, and My Man Woody, the favorite, driving through now to be second. So I'm taking it to the bank is the leader. My Man Woody and Star Canoe second, third. Limit Up out wide is fourth. Trying to advance. That one's inside. Float On is from fifth. It's a break of 2 more. Back to Augur, who races in sixth, about 6 off the top. Machismo's to that one's outside in seventh. Then comes Ronick eighth. 2 more to 86 Chevy in ninth. And no speed from Russian Hammer, who's already about 15 lengths behind as they sprint to that far turn. 22.14 seconds, the opening quarter mile. It's the long shot. I'm taking it to the bank. And the favorite, My Man Woody. Those two. My Man Woody on the outside dials up the pressure and pokes a nose in front. Down on the inside, I'm taking it to the bank. Star Canoe, set a light from third, draws to within 2.5 of the new leader. Down to the inside comes Float On. Limit Ups after that. Augur saving all the ground toward the inside is still 5 lengths behind as My Man Woody corners wide, but corners in front. My Man Woody into the lane in front by 2.5. A confident look back from Sammy Camacho. Sees now a 2.5, 3-length lead. Star Canoe going to take to the inside to chase from second. It's 2.5 more then. Back to Augur, Limit Up, and Float On. But as they come inside the final 16th, My Man Woody well in command here. My Man Woody at 2 to 1 the winner. Star Canoe was second. Third got close there as Russian Hammer flew from last to get in a photo with Float On. .28 seconds. Final time for the 6 furlongs. Here's Ian slow-mo shot. We'll see that photo for third. 3-7 posted. Got very close here for third. 3, 7, 2, 1, and 9. Results are official. 3, 7, 2, 1, 9 official on the tote board. $6.40 on the win ticket for my man Woody. Your second race winner, my man Woody, wins for the 6th time in his career. My man Woody, a 5-year-old big gelding by Awesome Slew out of Woodland Park, was bred here in beautiful Florida by Ocala Stud. Clinton Bagwandine, the winning owner. Ronaldo Richards, the winning trainer. Sammy Camacho aboard for the winning ride. $6.40, what you get on my man Woody, winner of today's second. Prices on the board. The exacta $31.20. Trifecta $60.85. The dime super $39.45. Daily double $16.20. Nobody had the super high five, so we're going to carry over $1,419 to the upcoming third race. Race 3, once again, at that 6 furlong distance, also a $5,000 claimer. Scratch number 2, Osprey. Number 2, Osprey is scratched. A field of 9 remain in. Post time for today's third coming up in 23 minutes. Did have a claim there. The winner, my man Woody, was claimed in a 3-way shake. Goes to owner Carlos Diaz, trainer Enrique Hernandez.
Race 3 is going to start our next pick 4 with a 5-claimer for 4-year-olds and up, which have not won a race since September 13th. They'll be going 6 furlongs on the main track. Sounds very familiar as to race 2, doesn't it? The number 6 in here for Garcia has had 2 starts at Tampa after running on turf and synthetic the rest of his career. Seems to get over the surface well. He showed some pressing speed before tiring in the first start here. He hadn't run since December when making that February 1st start, and that was also at the 10 level. They dropped into a 5 and 2Y after that, and he got the Shoto after tracking about a length off the early pace, which was set by the eventual winner, Ike Guy, and he was only beaten a length and 3/4 there in the end. Ike Guy, he was dropping in from a Shoto performance in a 62.50, and he went on to run a similar race, getting the show spot next out as well in for 62.50, a race won by Megan's Honor. The number 7, Ace Ventura. This boy, stakes winner in Chile before getting imported. They first tried an optional 25 N1X that came off the turf. It was run on the synthetic. He finished last, but just 10.5 off the winner, and this was after he had a bad start from the blocks. And do take in mind, he also had not run in over 7 months. He took some more time off after that first stateside start, came back in an optional 25 N1X again at Gulfstream, but this time on the dirt, and he finished last again. But you do have to consider the levels. So they dropped in for 62.50, and he got away with a slow pace up front before getting reeled in to finish third. The winner there was Entendre, who was dropping in from a Florida-bred optional 20 and went on to win another 62.50 out of there with figures of 72 and 68 respectively. And then last out for Ace Ventura himself, he ran 5th, beaten 10.5 lengths in an optional 7, starter 7 at Delta Downs. It was going just 5 furlongs. The winner there was Double Edged Sword, who was collecting a natural hat trick and who went on to run second and then win an optional 10, starter 5 at the fairgrounds with figures of 77 and 82. Now, as for this boy again, he's been off since. This is going to be the lowest for which he's run, so we'll see. Lots of questions. The 5, that is Circle Back Jack, got bumped pretty badly at the start of his last race on February 11th, which was on a 10-day turnaround and a first drop in for 5 N1Y after 2 open 10 tries. But again, yes, bad start, saved ground through though, and rolled up the inside to get second. That race was just at 5.5 furlongs. I think more ground is better for him. So I'm going to go 6, 7, 5 in race 3, which again kicks off our next pick 4.
Horses onto the track, post-breeding for today's third race. $5,000 claiming event for 4-year-olds and upward. They'll be at 6 furlongs over the fast main track. A $5,000 claiming event going that 6 furlongs. Field of 9 set to go. Scratch the 2. Number 2 Osprey is scratched. Field of 9 remain in. Race 3 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, and superfecta wagering. We have a super high five carryover of $1,419. We start at pick 3. We start another pick 4. Post time at 6 minutes. Two minutes to post time. Today's third race. The middle pick 4s in 2 minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate, today's third race field. Middle pick 4, just 1 minute away, 1 minute to post time. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's third race. Field of 9 here at 6 furlongs. Your post time favorite 7 to 5 on the number 5 Circle Back Jack. 5 to 2 on the 6 Reverend Moon. 5 to 1 on the 7 Ace Ventura. They're going to back in New Year's Block Party as per usual. As he'll be the first to load into gate 1 from the front. Backs right in. Jockey Ricky Feliciano to take his spot aboard New Year's Block Party. Supreme Song going to be next, along with Reverend Moon. Estilo Magico next to join. Here's Estilo Magico going up, Circle Back Jack. Ace Ventura to gate 7. Happy Instead, Mithridates, and Leanne's Warrior. The final 3 will be all set for a start here today's third. Middle pick 4 time. Mithridates and Ronaldo Rodriguez, the apprentice, to gate 9 right now at 30 to 1. Leanne's Warrior, 37 to 1 long shot. So we get set for today's third race. Leanne's Warrior. Cipriano Gill to the outside. Goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Circle Back Jack away just a half step slow. Happy Instead goes out to the early advantage. New Year's Block Party going to go with that one. A New Year's Block Party Ace Ventura. Those two coming up to lead him. Happy Instead now a length back in third. It's a length more then. Back to Reverend Moon, who advances between horses. Supreme Song in the all blue colors is the 5th in the early going. Then comes Leanne's Warrior. They're lined up 3 at the back. Circle Back Jack is right there, along with Mithridates and Estilo Magico's the trailer. Ace Ventura and New Year's Block Party. Those two square off through an opening quarter, 22.16 seconds. Happy Instead creeps a little closer now from third. Reverend Moon 4th to the inside. Leanne's Warrior, big long shot, loops up from 5th in the purple cap, white colors. It's a length more back to Supreme Song. Circle Back Jack, the 8 to 5 favorite's got to do better, is about 7 or 8 lengths off the lead, trying to rally up as Ace Ventura takes the lead. It's Ace Ventura into the stretch, in front by a length. Happy Instead on the outside. Then comes Reverend Moon, New Year's Block Party toward the inside, trying to wind it up. Leanne's Warrior, Mithridates. Ace Ventura with company now. Down on the inside, New Year's Block Party. Happy Instead to the attack on the outside. Ace Ventura getting out a little bit. Reverend Moon's also looking for a split. It's Ace Ventura. Reverend Moon down to the inside. Reverend Moon coming through, trying to get Ace Ventura right on the wire. Reverend Moon a winner. Ace Ventura was second, third Happy Instead, photo fourth. 6, 7, 8 in a photo. The stewards have posted the inquiry sign. They are looking at the stretch run involving the unofficial runner-up, number 7, Ace Ventura. Fourth went to the number 4, Estilo Magico. Fifth, number 5, Circleback Jack. 6, 7, 8, 4, and 5 is Reverend Moon and Sonny Leone up the inside to win. Stewards inquiry in progress, looking at the stretch run involving the unofficial runner-up. Please hold all tickets. We will have head-on replays and pan shots coming up shortly of this stewards inquiry. Here is the head-on again, looking at the run of number 7. Well, again, we will get that up for you again shortly. We do apologize. Here's the drone shot again, looking at the 7, Ace Ventura in the black and white silks there, who's the leader at this moment. Again, the drone shot, the 7, who is in the lead right now, looking at the movement. Now the head-on shot. Again, focused on the 7, who's in the white and black silks. Orange cap on the lead. In the winner's circle now is your winner, Reverend Moon. 5-year-old bay gelding by Omaha Beach out of Grand Moon was bred in Kentucky by R.S. Evans. San Francisco Group Stable, the winning owners. Pedro Garcia Jr., the winning trainer. Sonny Leone aboard for the winning ride. The second choice here, Reverend Moon, victorious. Again, this race is subject to a steward's inquiry looking at the run of the unofficial second place finisher, number 7, down the home stretch. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a disqualification for interference. Number 7, Ace Ventura, has been disqualified from second and placed third for interference against the number 8 horse in the home stretch. Again, for interference in the stretch, number 7, Ace Ventura, has been disqualified from second and placed third behind the number 8 for interference against that runner. So the new order of finish will read 6, 8, 7, 4, and 5. Again, the steward's ruling that the number 7 drifting out several paths into the path of the number 8, Happy instead, forcing that one to alter course and costing that runner an opportunity at a better placing. Therefore, been disqualified from second and placed third. So the order of finish, 6, 8, 7, 4, and 5, now updated on the tote board. And we will have replays of that one. Results are official, $6.20 on the win. Reverend Moon, your official winner. The exacta returns $12.20. Trifecta, $36.25. The dime super, $31.56. Daily double, $16.50. The pick 3, $38.85. High five, $1,049.40. Coming up next, today's fourth race, 22 minutes away. It's at 5.5 furlongs. Scratch numbers 3 and 10. 3 and 10 are both scratched, so we'll still have a field of 10 runners. Race 4 starts the Ultimate Six. There's 48,525 in the jackpot carryover. It starts here in race 4. Again, coming up shortly in just a couple of seconds, we will have the replays of the disqualification. So stand by for that. First up, we will have the pan shot. This is the traditional pan shot, focusing on the number 7, Ace Ventura, who's circled right there. You'll see the horse will come out here several paths into the path of the 8. Also forced the 6 to alter course, but that was not a part of the inquiry right here. Forcing the 8 to go out and costing that one the opportunity at a better placing. Coming up next, we'll have the head-on shot, which will illustrate a little bit more the severity of the right turn. Here's the head-on, and you'll see number 7 will come out several paths over right into the path and bump the 8, forcing that one to have to go out several paths. Thus the reason for the steward's disqualification of the 7 from second back to third behind the 8. Couple of claims out of the third race. Number 5, Circle Back Jack, was claimed by Bruno Schickadance, goes to trainer Aldana Spieth. And number 6, the winner in a three-way shake, goes to Christy Smith, Michael Simone.
Race 4 kicks off the Ultimate Six, and it is with a main 10-4 fillies and mares 4 years old and up set at 5.5 furlongs on the main track. The number 8, Blue Ice. She is in here for Abraham Gardia. She's had 3 starts, all on the turf. 2 of those finishes were in the money. She was second on debut, winning in the barn of Brittany Russell in a maiden 40, going 5.5 at Colonial. The winner next put up a 76 buyer, scoring a 50 starter allowance there. And the third place runner, by the way, that was Magala. Magala has won her last 2 starts here at Tampa. She put up a 74 buyer figure, taking a maiden 25 by 2.5 lengths, and then she won a 16 N2L. Now, Blue Ice, she was claimed out of that debut, bumped up to a restricted main special weight, got the lead from the rail, put in a sub 45 half before tiring to finish a well-beaten ninth. That race produced 4 next out winners. Blue Ice then took a little time off. She came back at the Meadowlands where she dropped all the way in for main 10, being sent out by Jorge Delgado. She had a wide draw, which did lead to some ground loss, and the ground, by the way, it was also listed as good. Lights, and the distance was just 5 furlongs. She ended up closing for the show, though. I think this move to dirt, it fits just fine. She's worked well over it. She's by Frosted and out of the elusive quality mare Gem. Gem herself, half-sister to stakes winner, grade 2 placed Skipaloo, and their mom, this girl's granny, that's Skipstone by Montbrook. She is a half to Demoiselle winner Tis a Hit, who is the dam of grade 1 ballerina winner Come Dancing. So this is Family 1X, the branch that includes folklore, contrail, forte, and essential quality. The number 7, Miss Uproar, making a first start for Michael Simone and a first awful layoff going back to August. That is when she finished 8th in a New York bred maiden 50 on the turf at Saratoga. She got in the show at the level before that, and even at the New York bred main special weight level too. As for her dirt record, she was game on that surface as well. Last main track start, which was actually meant for the dirt, she ran 5th in a New York bred main 30, going 6.5 at Aqueduct. Had the rail that afternoon, and without the speed to use it to her advantage. She's actually run once before on our main track. It was back in 2023. She ran 4th, beaten 6th by Immortal Love in a main special weight going 5.5 furlongs. So yeah, dropped in for 10. Of course, she looks like she could be a win contender, especially since she does seem to run well fresh, and she's got Sammy Marin aboard. Going to complete the top 3 with the number 5. That is Classy K, a firster for John Pimentel, debuts with Lasix. A bottom line, well, she is a 5-year-old making a first start. I do love Buceros on this surface, and she hasn't a record to flatter or deter yet. So let's see if this is a matter of something being worth the wait. Going to go 8, 7, 5 in race 4, and your Ultimate Six starts now.
The horses on the track, postparading for today's fourth race, a $10,000 down $8,000 maiden claiming event for fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and up. They'll be at 5.5 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch 3 and 10. 3 and 10 are scratched. Race 4 offers daily double exact trifecta and superfecta wagering. We have a super high 5. We start at pick 3. We start the ultimate 6. 48,525 in the jackpot carryover. Reminder, you have to be the sole winning ticket to take home the entire jackpot. It starts here in today's fourth. Race 4 in 6 minutes. Two minutes to post time. Today's fourth race, the Ultimate 6 in 2 minutes. Approaching the starting gate, just 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's fourth. The Ultimate Six about to get underway. Field of 10 here at 5.5 furlongs. Your post time favorite. 2-1 co-favorites, numbers 7 and 9. Both at 2-1. Here's Queen of Spirits moving up. Miss Uproar to gate 7 in the House Orange colors. Blue Ice to gate 8. Here's She's Our DNA coming up. Tranquila Ruby to gate 4. Here's That Thing You Do from Erie, PA. Classy K is going to be next. The final two are going to be Complicado and Princess Honor. Will be all set for a start. Today's fourth, the Ultimate Six. Ready to commence. Classy K coming up. Be Complicato. Jose Ferrer. And long shot Princess Honor. Wesley Ho going to be the final one to join. Wesley, our defending Martin's Italian Restaurant Jockey of the Month award winner. 40-1 shot here. Princess Honor to the outside draw. Starter Eddie Boobles to send them on their way here in today's fourth. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Princess Honor out sharply from that outside draw, quickly goes to the front. She's Our DNA is out well in the second position. Then comes Queen of Spirits, Miss Uproar, they're third and fourth. Nana Moon's between them, in tight there. Tranquila Ruby had to tap on the brakes, was passed by Blue Ice and That Thing You Do. It's two more back to Classy K. Complicato's at the back at about 10 or 11 off the lead as they run to that far turn. Long shot Princess Honor in front of a lineup of three. Blue Ice out wide, Queen of Spirits down at the fence. She's Our DNA got shuffled back a little there to fourth, joined by Miss Uproar fifth from the outside. Those five have gotten away by 3.5 then to Nana Moon, who's in that sixth position. Around to the quarter pole. Blue Ice right up alongside of Princess Honor. Princess Honor tries to dig in. Blue Ice, Miss Uproar coming with a 3-wide sweep in the orange colors. 2.5 more back to Queen of Spirits, who's back fourth with She's Our DNA and Nana Moon. Final furlong left to go. Miss Uproar up on the outside coming after the lead. Princess Honor still battling along bravely with Blue Ice and Queen of Spirits in behind. 16th pole though. Miss Uproar and Samuel Marin going clear late. Miss Uproar to win it at 3-1. Queen of Spirits got up for second. Third was very close there between Blue Ice, Princess Honor, and Nana Moon. Those three all in a photo for the Miners. Seven one and a photo. Number 8, Blue Ice was third. Fourth to the number 12, Princess Honor. Fifth, number 2, Nana Moon. 7, 1, 8, 12, and 2. 105.46 the final time. Into the winner's circle goes number 7, Miss Uproar in the House Orange colors. Breaks the main here, career start number 19. 6-year-old dark bear brown mare by Exaggerator out of Forest Uproar was bred in New York by Lamb Home. Carol Reitman, the winning owner. Michael Simone, the winning trainer. Samuel Moran aboard for the winning ride. Miss Uproar, 3-1 winner here as your second choice in the field of 10. Results are now official. Miss Uproar, $8 on the win. The exacta, $34.10. Trifecta, $104.75. Dime Super, $293.07. The daily double, $9.60. Pick 3, $26.75. The high 5. Nobody had it, so we'll have a carryover into the fifth of $1,124. Race 5 coming up next. We're on the turf. Turf is firm. The rail at 12 feet. We're at a mile here for the fifth. It's a maiden claiming event. Jockey change on the 2, Shiny Happy Groovy. Make the rider Israel Rodriguez. Scratch 11, 12, 13. Field of 10 set to roll. Race 5 on the turf in 26 minutes at 2:42 p.m.
Race 5, it's a May 25 for 4-year-olds and up, set at a mile on the turf. The number 6, Resurgio, is a first-time starter for Abraham Gardia, debuts with Lasix and a pedigree that makes plenty of sense. By Fog of War, whose wins include the Grade 1 Summer Stakes. Mom, daughter of Acceleration, and while she was on race, she is a half-sister to Aussie Stakes winners Bannock and Mulan Lady, as well as Tara Heights, who is the dam of Group 1 winner Voyage Bubble, who scored the Stewards Cup in Hong Kong and was also second in their Gold Cup and Mile. Family also includes Sweetest Chance and her daughter, Grade 1 winner Never Retreat, who was named Horse of the Year and Champion Grassmare in Canada. You got Camacho aboard. The number 9, Grand Liam, in for Okoa. Marin gets aboard, rode this horse to a runner-up finish back in July against Main 16s at Colonial. This boy has had a little time to freshen up after running second at this level back in December, which itself was an off-the-layoff start. Beaten margin was just a half length, and the record here overall, it's been good. In the money in 5 of 6 starts over this course. Then I'm going to complete the top 3. The number 2, that is Shiny, Happy, Groovy. And this one's in for Barbazon, son of Bucaro out of My Cousin Zinni. Granny here is Zinfandel, who is just a head away from being a graded stakes winner on turf, routinely put up figures in the 90s over it. This is a family cultivated in France when you trace it back as well. So I'm going to go 6, 9, 2 in race 5, which again kicks off the late pick 5.
The horses onto the track post-parading for today's fifth race start at the late pick 5. Maiden claiming event, $25,000 down to $20,000. 4-year-olds and upward, they'll beat a mile on turf. The turf firm, the rail at 12 feet. Scratch all of the also eligible runners, 11, 12, and 13 are all scratched. Jockey change on the number 2, Shiny Happy Groovy, make the rider Israel Rodriguez. Race 5 offers daily double exact, the trifecta, and superfecta wagering. We have a super high 5 carryover of $1,124. Start another pick 3. We start the late pick 5. Post time for the 5th on turf in 8 minutes. 2 minutes to post time. The horses now making their way onto the turf course and approaching the starting gate. Today's 5th race in 2 minutes. Approaching the gate, 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's 5th. Start of the late pick 5. Field of 10 on turf here. Your 4 to 5 favorite, number 9, Grand Liam. 3 to 1 on the 2, Shiny Happy Groovy. And it's then all the way out to 7 to 1 for the number 8, Neo Star, your third choice. Here is Shiny Happy Groovy moving up. Resurgo to gate 6. Madcap to the 7th stall. Spurious to gate 3. Spurious in the colors of Robert Taylor, Mario Lopez, and Ronaldo Rodriguez teaming up here. Dominator C coming up. Here's Neo Star, Ricky Davis, and Alex Gonzalez. Senor Resplendor, Grand Liam, the next 2. The final runner will be Virgin Island Nice, and will be all set for a start. Today's 5th, late pick 5 on our Friday card. Virgin Island Nice, Richard Mitchell to the outside draw. Goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Virgin Island Ice got away quickly. Grand Liam's pushed for speed, but threw the head right at the start, so came away back toward the middle of the pack. The leader's going to be Last Bottle into the stretch. Spurious going to try to go with that one. And those two 1-2 early on. Senor Resplendor and the green colors away in third. Going to be a 4-wide trip here for Neo Star in the fourth position. Virgin Island Ice took the worst of that out 5 or 6 pass wide. Grand Liam, meanwhile, tucked in down toward the inside. Nice move from Samuel Marin to get that one now all the way up to fifth and saving ground on that first turn. It's a length and a half more. Then back to Resurgo, who's racing in eighth. Dominator C is ninth. Shiny Happy Groovy is actually ninth, and it's another 5 more back to Madcap. Didn't see Madcap at the back there, already about 16 lengths behind. As Last Bottle and Spurious lead him up the back stretch. 22.44 seconds for Last Bottle and Spurious. They're 1-2. Neostar just in behind them. Grand Liam stays down toward the inside with Virgin Island Nice to his outside. Length and a half more to Senor Resplendor. Resurgo stays down to the fence. 2 more to Dominator C, Shiny Happy Groovy, and still 4 more back to Madcap. 46.71 seconds for the opening half mile. They've been locked in battle up top. Last Bottle, Spurious and neck back. Grand Liam coasts into the third position, just a length and 3/4 off the lead. Resurgo's traveling very nicely to the inside. Is going to need a seam, though, is the 6 horse as they come around to the top of the stretch. Last Bottle, Spurious. Grand Liam swings up 4 wide. The opening did get there for Resurgo, who tries to slip through down along the fence. And a final furlong to go. Resurgo got through. Spurious, Grand Liam, Shiny Happy Groovy to the far outside. Resurgo looked loaded there at the quarter pole and responded once having an opening. Resurgo's 13-1 and going to win by about 7, geared down. Shiny Happy Groovy was second. Grand Liam, I believe, held third over Dominator C and Spurious, who voted for fourth. Six, 2, 9 in a photo. Final time 135.63. Third to the number 4, Dominator C. Fifth, number 3, Spurious. 6, 2, 9, 4, and 3. Resurgo faster than the drone. Results are official. $28.80. Big debut here today for this runner. Resurgo. 4-year-old Bay Colt by Fog of War out of Andreal. Spread in New York by 3C Stables LLC. Majestic View Farms International, the winning owners. Abraham Gardia, the winning trainer. Sammy Camacho aboard for the big win here. Resurgo up the fence by a big margin. impressive debut for this runner. Prices on the board, the exact is $79.30, trifecta $108.35, a dime super $259.03. Daily double $104.50, pick 3 $153.10, the pick 4 $444.45. Early pick 5 $2,722.70. Nobody had the super high five, so we'll carry over another time to the sixth race, $3,429. Race 6 starts the late pick 4. It's 25 minutes away at 3:17. Scratch the 4. Number 4 is scratched. A field of 8 remain in. Post time for the 6th race in 25 minutes.
Race 6 kicks off our late pick fourth, the main 16 for 3-year-olds, set at 7 furlongs on the main track. The number 5, Turbo Fire. Making a first start for Huber Dominguez, has never raced here at Tampa. All starts have been at Gulfstream. Last out, he tired going the one-turn mile. But if you do look at the dirt sprint stakes at the main claiming level, with the exception of that first off the layoff on January 8th, he's been good enough to think he deserves a look in this spot. He's shown early interest in most of his races, and while he was running at the main 12-5 level most recently, those I would consider to be comparable fields. The 6, that will be the second pick, Lighting Arrow. Not lightning, but Lighting Arrow. In for Garcia. Originally debuted at Gulfstream in a Florida-bred maiden special weight at 7 furlongs. Short field. Showed some early interest, but folded out of contention to finish last ultimately. Took some time off and came back and made that first start for Garcia in a main 16 going 6.5 furlongs. Did not get away with good speed, had to settle back. Did get beat just 5 lengths there in the end, though, so not a bad first showing, especially with not having run since September. He took a bit more time off after that and will now make a first start as a gelding while getting to stretch back out to 7 furlongs, and he's also now second-time Lasix. The 2, in for Elabrat, was beaten 15 lengths in 6th last out, but that was just the debut at 6.5 furlongs, and he also had a bad start from the gate where he got bumped out of the blocks and the path was closed off in front of him. Looked to be figuring things out late, could improve here in start 2. 5, 6, 2 in race 6, which again kicks off our late pick 4.
The horses onto the track, postparading for today's sixth race, started at late pick 4. A $16,000 maiden claiming event for 3-year-olds. They'll be at 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch number 4. Number 4 is scratched. A field of 8 remain in. Race 6 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Pick 3, we start the late pick 4. We have a super high five carryover of $3,429. Post time for the 6th race in 6 minutes. Five minutes. 2 minutes to post time. Today's sixth race, late pick 4 in 2 minutes. Approaching the starting gate, today's sixth race field, 1 minute out. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's six, starting to lead pick 4. A field of 8 set to go. The 7 furlongs here. 3 horses at 5-2, numbers 1, 5, and 6. 6-1 on the 7. Rubicaro, your fourth choice, is Night Raven the first to go in. Victor Lara for Antonio Sano in the house red colors. Here's Lighting Arrow, Marcos Meneses for Pedro Garcia Jr. Pedro's got a winner today. Rubicaro to gate 7, along with Strong Temptation. Alonzo Quinones for Gary Ellerbrock and the Black and Lime Silks. Rubicaro coming up. Here's Chance on Me. The last few going to be Turbo Fire, Cousin Vinny, and Runaway Rooster will be all set for a start. Turbo Fire up next. Here's Cousin Vinny. Oddly enough, the movie My Cousin Vinny came out 34 years ago today. Cousin Vinny the horse is 34-1. Runaway Rooster to complete the line. Ready to start the late pick 4. Runaway Rooster going in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Chance on Me sprints right out to the early advantage. Chance on Me narrowly in front of Turbo Fire, who was away in good order. Those two 1-2 here in the early going. They're a length and a half in front of a wall of horses. Cousin Vinny's putting a nose into third. Rubicaro is right there out wide. Runaway Rooster, then Lighting Arrow, and down to the fence. Strong Temptation. Night Raven's the trailer, but only 4.5 lengths cover the group as they're really clustered in behind Chance on Me. Chance on Me just narrowly in front. Down along the inside, Strong Temptation. Turbo Fire is right there. Now Turbo Fire coming up into second to challenge the leader. Lighting Arrow fourth in the black colors. Night Raven advances toward the inside in the red. Then comes Rubicaro, who's racing in sixth. Another length and a half to Cousin Vinny. Runaway Rooster is the trailer as they head to the far turn. Chance on Me, Turbo Fire right up alongside. 22.92 seconds. Sonny Leone and Turbo Fire under a strong hold. Sonny just took a peek back to see if anybody else is coming. And as of now, that's not the case. Turbo Fire up to poke ahead in front of Chance on Me. It's two more, then back to Night Raven. Rubicaro's on the outside, then Strong Temptation and Lighting Arrow. A confident Turbo Fire into the stretch. Turbo Fire to the top of the lane, 2 lengths in front. Night Raven comes through down on the inside of Chance on Me to take over second. Then comes Rubicaro, and down to the inside, Strong Temptation. Final furlong time now. Turbo Fire trying to see out the mission here. A length and 3/4 in front. Night Raven trying to close the gap at the 16th pole. Turbo Fire, Night Raven second. Turbo Fire in front. Turbo Fire's the winner. Night Raven was second. It was 4 more back to Chance on Me third. Rubicaro fourth. Lighting Arrow fifth. .125 the final time for the 7 furlongs. Turbo Fire your winner. Five, 1, 3, 7, and 6. 5, 1, 3, 7, 6, the unofficial order. 125.15 the final time. 5, 1, 3, 7, 6. Results are official. 520 on the win. The winner, a 3-year-old bay colt by Win out of Cinderella, was bred in Florida by John Mancello. John Mancello, the winning owner. Hubert Dominguez, the winning trainer. Sonny Leone aboard for the winning ride as Turbo Fire victorious here. Today's 7th race coming up next. We'll have those prices in a second. Race 7 on the turf course in 24 minutes. Scratch the also eligible runners. Field of 10 set to go. We'll start the late pick 3 next. The exact to 10:30, trifecta $34.60, the dime super $31.12. Daily double $67.40, the pick 3 $165.50, middle pick 4 $430.55, the high 5 $806.60. Race 7's in 23 minutes.
Race 7, it's a 16 claimer for 3-year-olds and up, which have not won 2 races. They'll be going a mile on the turf. The number 6 North Ship is in here for Kathy Gucciardo. Has had 3 starts here at Tampa, all dirt sprints. Was second in the first one, beaten Justin Neck. Then second again to the heavily favored Ardell Ray. Then won last out. But the pedigree, it certainly reflects 2 turns, being by Candy Ride out of the Bernardini mare Larkin. Has been a route of ground, but on the synthetic against Maine Special Weight Company for the most part at Presque Isle. And the only other start of note was the 8.5 furlong Maine Special Weight in the 3rd start of his career on the turf at Laurel. But that was a traffic troubled trip where he had a steady. So don't know what it really tells us other than he hasn't really had the opportunity to prove one way or the other if he could be better on turf than dirt or synthetic. Candy Ride, surface flexible. Mom got beat just 2 lengths on debut on turf, put up a 73 buyer figure doing it. Her mom, Thunder Kitten, she was a grade 3 winner on dirt, but also grade 3 placed on turf. And the family includes ladies handicap winner Nastique Machida, who won the Group 2 Ribblesdale and was 3rd in the Group 1 Yorkshire Oaks. Caddo Mountain, winner of the Group 2 Diamond Stakes, 3rd in the Dubai World Cup, by the way. So yeah, I would think he can step it up here on the stretch out, and with the turf underfoot, you got Marin aboard. Digging the move to the grass for the number 5, Moralito. This Darian Rodriguez trainee, he's only run on the dirt, though they did try to get him on grass in the February 6th start, came off. He's in off a length score here, going a mile 40 over Main 16s, where he sat off a slow pace before kicking on. But yeah, he's by Cantheros. Cantheros was a dirt horse himself, but flexible as a sire. And then mom, Glorify, half-sister to another scion of Cantheros, Katie's Kiss. Katie's Kiss's wins include the Summer Wind Stakes. She was also second in our Lightning City Stakes and the Millions Turf Sprint Preview at Gulfstream. So maybe the surface switch could move this boy up even further as he now takes on winners. You got Camacho staying aboard. I know the number 7 Sky Masterson, he was disappointing the last 2 starts, but the most recent one came off the turf. It was run over good ground. And the one before that, he was too far back, sort of never got out of a gallop in the February 11th start. The first 2 here this meet weren't bad. He got the Shodo at the level in both of them. He also, by the way, if you look at his past performances, you'll see that he used to show a bit more speed last year than he has this meet. But yeah, he's got back class, relatively speaking. I mean, come on, he was running against the likes of Zulu Kingdom and Rhetorical last year. He was well beaten by them, but still, hope is now that he's had 3 starts for the barn since the claim. Maybe they have a better understanding of how to bring that best foot forward at this point. So I'm going to go 6, 5, 7 in race 7.
On to the track, post sprinting for today's seventh race. Started late pick three. $16,000 claiming event for 3-year-olds and upward. They'll be at a mile on the turf. Turf firm, the rail at 12 feet. Field of 10 set to go. Scratch the also eligible runners. 11, 12, 13 are all scratched. Race 7 offers daily double exacta, trifecta, superfecta, late pick 3, and super high 5 wagering. They'll be on the turf in 6 minutes. 6 minutes to post time. Two minutes to post time. The horses making their way to the turf course. Post time for the seventh race. The late pick 3's in 2 minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Today's 7th race field just 1 minute away. 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's 7th. Late pick 3 starts here. Field of 10 at a mile on turf. Your 5-2 favorite, number 6, North Ship. Samuel Marin teaming up with Kathleen Gachardo. Here's our Seek, the inside draw right now at 5-1 off that 5-2 morning line. North Ship coming up, so 2 of the top choices in this race moving forward at once. The current second choice, Sky Masterson, is up to gate 7 next, so the favorite's loading the first 3 spots. Here's Intolerable to gate 2. Ragman coming up. Race 9 coming up a little bit later will be a mandatory at the NHC out in Las Vegas. Excited for that coming up here in about an hour's time. Good luck to players using this race as an optional. Here's Boy Oh Boy, Ronaldo Rodriguez moving forward. Deportivo to gate 9. Sonny Leone for Kathleen O'Connell. Sonny's got a winner today. Here's Ramesis moving in. The final 2 going to be Moralito and Mungo will be all set for a start. Both those runners at 9-1. As they load in. Moralito. Sammy Camacho. Sammy had a big win on turf earlier with Resurgo. Mungo to the outside draw. Israel Rodriguez in the Paula Capestro colors. Goes in. Intolerable's acting up there in gate 2. It looks like the rider's going to hop off, but no, he stayed on. They're all set. And the race is on. North Ship got away in good order. Boy, oh boy, the gray is right there forwardly placed, and Deportivo from the outside as they quickly bend into the stretch for the first time. It's going to be North Ship and Deportivo. They're 1-2 by the wire. Mungo gets up to 3rd with Boy, oh boy, the gray in 4th. The other gray, Ragman, is 5th. It's a length and a half more back to Moralito. Right to that one's outside Sky Masterson. They're 6th and 7th. Intolerable's toward the inside at 8th. Alrasique is second last And the early trailers, Remesis is up front. It's North Ship, the leader. North Ship in front by just a neck. On the outside, Deportivo presses closer now as Boy Oh Boy is down to the inside, tucked in third. After that, to the outside is Mungo 4, 23.97 seconds. So it's not a ton of pace on here as Deportivo up to put a nose in front of North Ship, who counters right back second. Then behind them comes a lineup of three. Boy Oh Boy, Alrasik makes an early move. Alrasik, who was second last going into the turn, all the way up to third now on the outside. It's a length and a half more back to Ragman. Mungo's after that. Boy Oh Boy's back a couple of spots with Moralito, Sky Masterson, the two at the back, Remesis and Intolerable. So Alrasik all the way up to challenge Deportivo. North Ship for the lead. Alrasik three wide. Deportivo between horses. North Ship still snugly in hand toward the inside. They're two in front of Ragman in fourth. Length and a half more to Boy Oh Boy. Moralito trying to get a move on between horses. Sky Masterson has come under a ride. Not really responding just yet as they come around to the top of the lane. Alrasik was that bid short-lived. Into the stretch. North Ship on the inside. Alrasik out three deep between them. Deportivo. Ragman. Boy Oh Boy is in behind with an upset chance. Final 16th to go, and it's wide open. North Ship, Alrasik, Boy Oh Boy down the far outside, trying to gather him in. Here's Boy Oh Boy right down the outside. Boy Oh Boy to win it. Believe Boy Oh Boy did get it. North Ship, and then came Alrasik, Ragman, and Deportivo. $137.29 the final time. Get that slow-mo shot here. Three, 6, 1, 8, and 9. Boy Oh Boy, it's 7-1 a winner. $17.60 on the win for Boy Oh Boy. Boy Oh Boy. 6-year-old Greer-owned gelding by Rainbow Ear out of some Florida Sun Fun. Bred in Florida by William and Kim Deaton. Kim Deaton's the winning owner. William Deaton's the winning trainer. Ronaldo Rodriguez aboard for the winning ride. Boy Oh Boy, it's 7-1, winner of today's 7th race. The exacta $60.30, trifecta $79.90, the dime super $236.87. Daily double $49, the pick three $300.45. Nobody had that super high five, so we're going to have a little carryover into the eighth race of $1,138. Race 8's coming up in 32 minutes at 4:31 p.m. Number 2 is +2, field of 9 on the main track at 6 furlongs. Post time for the 8th. Late doubles coming up in half an hour.
Race 8 is a 20 claimer for 4-year-olds and up, set at 6 furlongs on the main track. The number 2, Todd Caro, drops into the open claimer ranks for the first time since August. That is when he won a 27-5 claimer at Presque Isle, and that was the first time he dipped into a straight-up claimer ever in his career. He's run primarily against Allowance and Optional Company. He did run with the tag in the Optional 32 on December 12th here, the first start back on dirt since the spring, and Ward picked him up out of that race. That day, he was a disappointing 8th beaten 6 lengths, but it was the first off the layoff. There were some issues at the start of the race. Ward stayed at the level but stretched into a mile 40 next, and he folded after being on the lead in the early going. So they cut back to 6 furlongs last out, and while he finished 6th, the beaten lengths were just 2.5. So bottom line, dropping in for a straight up 20 while staying at a sprint. Maybe he can get back into gear here and right into the winner's circle. The 6 is in for Tim Ham, dropped in for 20 last out in a first off a layoff, and Preston prevailed by 2 3/4 lengths there in the end. He had been running against Allowance and Optional Company prior to that, so it was not a surprise to see he step it up on the drop, and plenty of reason to think he should therefore be considered a major player here again. And then I'll complete the top 3 with the number 8. That is Rocket Dragon in here for the Spieths. He's coming in fresh, and the last time he ran in a straight-up claimer, it was the same race Todd Caro won at Presque Isle. Rocket Dragon, after traffic troubles, finished 3rd that day. He was beaten just a length and a quarter, and then he turned the tables on Todd Caro in an optional 40 there, coming from off the pace. Most recent 2 starts, he got beat 3/4 of a length in December 12th, optional 32, and then they stepped up into a 25 starter allowance against Silver Slugger, and that was just too tough a spot. There is quite a bit of speed in here, and he might be able to take advantage if they hook and cook up front. So I'm going to go 2, 6, 8 in race 8.
Onto the track, post sprinting for today's 8th race. Started a late daily double. $20,000 claiming event for 4-year-olds and upward. They'll be at 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Field of 9 set to go here. Number 2 is plus 2 pounds. Race 8 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, and superfecta wagering. We have a super high five carryover of $1,138. Post time for today's 8th race in 7 minutes. Five minutes. 2 minutes to post time. Today's 8th race, the late doubles in 2 minutes. Approaching the starting gate, today's 8th race field, 1 minute away. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's 8th race. Started a late daily double, a field of 9 at 6 furlongs. Your post time favorite right now, 5-2, a tepid choice on the number 6, Rainbow's Pride. 7-2 on the number 3, More Spring Spirit. 9-2 on the 8, Rocket Dragon. Rocket Dragon coming up. More Spring Spirit to gate 3. Radar Control, Samurai Prince, and Capture the Time going to be the final runners as this experienced field loading in quickly. Here's Radar Control, Jose Ferrer for Dennis Ward. One of 2 for trainer Dennis Ward. Has Todd Caro down in post 2 as well. The final pair, Samurai Prince and Capture the Time, will be all set for a start. The late double. Capture the Time. Wesley Ho to the outside, goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Caught him in a beautiful line. Rainbow's Pride, the favorite, out well. Right to that one's outside. Go Auto Go and Radar Control. Part of the early mix as well. It's Go Auto Go, Radar Control. Those two up 1-2 as Rainbow's Pride now back at joint third with Capture the Time out wide. Between horses, Rocket Dragon, Todd Carroll's down at the fence. There's then three of them lined up at the back. Power Attack between horses, Samurai Prince, and More Spring Spirit at the back. They're only separated by about 6.5 lengths, though, as up front, Radar Control pulls his way to the lead. It's Radar Control, 21.80 seconds. A speedy opening fraction for Radar Control by the 3/8 pull. A handful here for Jose Ferrer on the front end. Go Auto Go draws within 3/4 of a length in second. Another length and a half then back to Rainbow's Pride, who's third within 2.5 the lead. Covering some ground out wide is Capture the Time. Rocket Dragon's trying to close in. Down to the inside, Power Attack is on the move. They come to the top of the lane. Radar Control still in front. It's Radar Control to the 8th pull, a length to the good of Go Auto Go, who tries to come after that one. Rainbow's Pride, Power Attack looking for a seam in the 3 path as they have a final 16th to go. Things tight there for Power Attack, who's trying to come through. Rainbow's Pride on the outside, Power Attack on the inside, down to these two. Power Attack got through. Rainbow's Pride was second. Third, I believe, was Radar Control holding off Go Auto Go. One six and a photo, 1-6 and a photo. Photo for third. Final time 109.10 seconds. One, 6, 4, 7, and 8. 7-1 winner here, Power Attack. Results are official. Official sign on the board. $17 even for Power Attack. A 20 to place. Power Attack, your 8th race winner. Power Attack, 6-year-old dark bear brown gelding by War Dancer out of Street Magic, was bred in Kentucky by Sean O'Connor. Henry Nahill and William Ritz III are the winning owners. Greg Sacco, the winning trainer. Sammy Camacho aboard for another win today as Power Attack victorious in today's 8th race. The exacta 44.60. The trifecta $188.70. Dime Super $311.39. Daily Double $86.90. Pick 3 $206.30. Nobody had the Super High Five, so we're going to have a nice carryover of $5,561 into the ninth and final. Race 9 is in 29 minutes. Scratch 5, 13, and 14. 5, 13, and 14 are scratched. $16,000 claimer on the turf at a mile and a 16th. We'll close out the card in just 29 minutes. There was a claim in the eighth race. Number 6, Rainbow's Pride, goes to Dialed In Racing trainer Craig Smith.
Race 9 closes out today's card with a 16-claimer for fillies and mares 4 years old and up, which have never won 2 races. It's set at a mile and 16th on the turf. I think the number 2, I'm going to take a swing in here because Cuckoo, I think she could get the lead here for Montanez and trainer Kevin Rice. This girl, she's been running against optional 16 company the last 2 starts. Actually ran second at that level 2 back, and that was off a 9th place finish in a 25 N2X here on the turf. But that day, she broke a little hesitantly, and she was taken back, trapped on the rail. You could tell she wanted to run. She had nowhere to go up the inside. And with a real lack of real speed in this race, I think she might have the edge here. The 2 that is American Dreammaker in for Michelle Hemingway. Classy girl. She's actually crossed the wire twice in her career at the main special weight level. She got disqualified from her first win back in 2024 at Colonial. And she exited that race to get beat just 4 1/4 lengths in the Grade 3 Jockey Club Oaks Invitational. She later won a main special weight here in December 2024. And since then, she's put in 2 show-doe performances going 8.5 furlongs. First at the 16 N2X level, and without the smoothest of trips. And then she got beat just 2.5 in the same January 10th start as Cuckoo. She's in here today off a runner-up finish in an off-the-turf 16. So I would consider her to be the one to beat. Again, when you look back at that first 16 N2X try she had here, it was also off a layoff. And now she's got all this fitness worked in. And then I'm going to complete the top 3 with the number 10. That is Cocktail Kisses in for Kintz. She finished a half length off American Dreammaker in the 25 N2X on January 10th. Also making a first off the layup herself. She then dropped in for 16, put in a solid effort, sat just a couple lengths off the pace before making her move at about the half. Got the lead, but just could not hold off midway Val, who rolled up for a length score with Cocktail Kisses settling for second as the post-time favorite. So yeah, I think she looks tough as well. Gonna go 2, 6, 10 in race 9, and I'll see you back here tomorrow.
The horses on the track post parading for today's ninth and finals. We get set to close out day 61 of the season. A field of 11 on turf. Scratch 5, 13, and 14. 5, 13, and 14 are scratched. Race 9 is a $16,000 claiming event for fillies and mares. 4-year-olds and up, they'll beat a mile and a 16th on that firm Tampa turf. The rail at 12 feet. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, and Super High Five wagering available. We have a Super High Five carryover, $5,561. They'll be at the post for the ninth in 7 minutes. 2 minutes to post time. The horses making their way out of the turf course and approaching the starting gate. We're 2 minutes from post. Fans, just a reminder, today's 9th race does wrap up live racing here at Tampa Bay Downs. We're right back at it tomorrow for a Saturday card. Racing Saturday and Sunday this weekend. Wednesdays, Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays throughout the remainder of our season up to May 3rd. Simulcasting continues downstairs on the first floor. Poker at Silk's Poker Room on the 3rd floor of our facility. The 9th and final in just over 2 minutes. Approaching the gate, 1 minute. Approaching the gate. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's 9th and finals. We get set to close out day 61 of the season. Folks, this race is the 3rd of 6 mandatory races today at the National Horse Players Championship, taking place at the Horseshoe Casino in fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada. 828 entries competing for over $3 million in cash prizes, including that $825,000 first prize. Best of luck to all the players competing at this year's NHC. When they turn for home, I want to hear that room out in Vegas from all the way here in Oldsmar, Florida. Here's Cuckoo moving forward. Apple Shake Shake to gate 8, right now 9-1. Your even money favorite, number 6, American Dreammaker. Sammy Camacho on board that one. Here's D'Argento Bolt. Cipriano Gill going in. High Hearts is a high price, 48-1. Cocktail Kisses, Samuel Marin coming up, 3-1, your second choice to gate 10. Here's Major Mayhem. My Gal, the final couple, going to be American Dreammaker, the favorite, and Patient Fi to the outside. Will be all set to roll here in the 9th and final. Mandatory at the NHC, and our final one of the day. Patient Fi goes in. They're all in line. 11 of them set to roll. And High Hearts acting up there in gate 3. That caused Promaya in gate 1 to act up a little bit as well. Settling down. And the race is on. D'Argento Bolt got away well. The gray is forwardly placed early on, trying to work over as things get real tight there. Cuckoo was real in tight with Major Mayhem along with Yancha. American Dreammaker was just in behind them, so a real scramble there for the early lead as Cuckoo emerges up narrowly in front of Patient 5 between horses Major Mayhem. It's 2 more back to D'Argento Bolt. American Dreammaker recovering now. It's moving up to put a nose into 4th on the inside. It's 2 more then back to Yancha. My Gal, they race together in 6th and 7th. Promaya is 8th toward the inside. It's another length then back to a lineup of 3. Apple Shake Shake is 3rd last. After that comes Cocktail Kisses and High Hearts. So they sort themselves out, and the leader is Cuckoo by a neck to Patient Fi on the outside. 22.96 eventful seconds for that opening quarter mile. They start the backstretch run with Cuckoo narrowly in front of Patient Fi in second. 2.5 more back to Major Mayhem, who falls into a nice spot third. American Dreammaker, the favorite's 4th and about 4 off the top. Another length then back to D'Argento Bolt. Promaya moves through to that one's inside. Out wide is My Gal. Apple Shake Shake's making a little bit of ground to the outside. Right inside of that runner's Cocktail Kisses. The 2 at the back, High Hearts and Yanchas. They go to the far turn. 10 lengths tip to tail. 47.15 seconds the opening half mile. Cuckoo. Here's a move now. Major Mayhem, who sat that nice trip. American Dreammaker moving in behind. And those 2 coming after this longtime leader as American Dreammaker puts the nose in front of Major Mayhem second. Cuckoo quickly back to 3rd. Cocktail Kisses trying to rev the engine from 4th. Down the outside, it's D'Argento Bolt and Promaya as American Dreammaker trying to kick for this final furlong is now 2 lengths in front. Between horses, Cocktail Kisses up to 2nd. Major Mayhem is 3rd. And it's 2 more back to D'Argento Bolt. But inside the final 16, shifting in, but American Dreammaker's home. American Dreammaker to win it. Cocktail Kisses held 2nd over Major Mayhem 3rd. Promaya 4th. 5th, I believe, was D'Argento Bolt over Cuckoo. Six, 10, 4, 1, and 9. 6, 10, 4, 1, 9, the unofficial order. Your even money favored victorious over your 7-2 second choice. Do have an objection. The rider of the number 8, Apple Shake Shake, alleging interference against the 9, D'Argento Bolt, shortly after the start. This does not appear to affect the top 4 finishers. 8 against 9 shortly after the start. Again, this does not affect the top 4 finishers, at least the objection does not. Stewards will review the video evidence for today's 9th race. An objection, 8 against 9. Again, the objection 8 against 9 shortly after the start there. To the winner's circle is number 6, American Dreammaker, 5-year-old bay mare by American Pharaoh. Out of Chocolate Souffle, was bred in Kentucky by Rock Brothers Breeding LLC. Rock Brothers Racing, the winning owners. Michelle Hemingway, the winning trainer. Sammy Camacho, big day for Sammy. As American Dreammaker, your even money favorite, victorious. Again, an objection in progress, 8 against 9. Please hold all tickets. Do take note, the number 9 D'Argento Bolt has been disqualified from 4th and placed 10th behind the number 7. Stewart's ruling that D'Argento Bolt came in and affected multiple horses, including the 2, 4, 6, and 7. The 7 was the furthest back finisher of that group, therefore the 9 placed behind that runner. So 6, 10, 4, 1, and 2 is the new order of finish, and results are official. We will have replays of that disqualification coming up in a few moments. 420 on the win for American Dreammaker. The exact is $7.40, trifecta $47.90, the dime super $70.71. The pick 5, late pick 5, $7,439.90. The high 5, $6,770.30. Dime super $70.71. The daily double $29.90. Pick 3 $142.40. The pick 4 $432.60. Again, as soon as payouts are posted there on the green screen, we'll run through those replays of the disqualification. Again, number 9 D'Argento Bolt was disqualified from 5th, or was it 4th? Forget. But was placed second to last behind the number 7 for interference against multiple horses down the chute, causing multiple horses to be negatively impacted and fouled, so therefore was disqualified and put behind the horse who finished worst of those horses that were affected. First up will be the pan shot. That will be the traditional camera angle here. Again, we're going to be focused on the 9, who has the black and teal colors, teal cap, the gray. Comes into the 8 here, but then he bumps into the 7, which causes a chain reaction all the way down to the 2, involving numbers 7, 6, 4, and 2. Again, the 7 was the worst finisher of those horses, therefore the 9 placed behind that runner, second to last. Coming up next, Ian will showcase us the head-on shot. This will show a little more in depth of the severity of the drift in. Again, you'll see the number 9 who circled the gray there will come in and force the 8 to clip heels, and then bump the 7 and caused that chain reaction while continuing to drift in all the way over to the number 2. So the 9 disqualified and placed second last. Folks, that does close out the show for live racing this afternoon here at Tampa Bay Downs. We thank you for joining us on this Friday. Hope you'll be right back with us tomorrow for a Saturday of racing action. Simulcasting continues downstairs on the first floor, Poker at Silk's Poker Room on the third floor of our facility. When you drive home, please do so safely. We look forward to seeing you back tomorrow when live racing returns. From all of us here at Tampa Bay Downs, we bid you a very pleasant good evening, a safe drive home, and we'll see you back for a Saturday tomorrow. Good night, everyone. From Ian.